Good evening, everyone, and we want to welcome you to the 84th Southeastern Youth Fair. Tonight's activities are going to include our steer show, and we're excited about all the entries that are here in the fair this year. To begin our fair each year, we have proclamations from both the city of Ocala and also the county of Marion. We are so blessed and fortunate to have great relationships with these individuals. And I want to introduce to you the mayor of Ocala, Mr. Ben Marciano. Mayor, thank you for being here. We are grateful for all the support that we get from the city of Ocala. And tonight, Mayor Marciano has a proclamation that he would like to share with us.
Well, awesome. Good evening. It's an honor to be the mayor of the best city in the country, so I'm excited to be here with you guys. You know, I was looking at something the other day, and I was shocked to hear that this is the oldest all-youth fair in the country and the largest all-youth fair in the state. It's amazing. And from my understanding, we're giving $21,000 away in scholarships. Unbelievable work. So give yourselves another round of applause. I had the opportunity to talk to several people about what this fair means, and they said growing up that they participated in a lot of activities in school, but there was nothing like this fair that made the impact and developed them into who they are today. And I'm just so proud to hear that this youth fair does so much for the youth in our community. So with that, I'd like to read out the proclamation. Whereas each year, the Southeastern Youth Fair provides the platform for area's youth to display the region's finest examples of livestock production, home economic skills, and horticultural talents. Whereas this event is made possible by volunteers from throughout the community who donate countless hours of their time to make the Southeastern Youth Fair a reality. Whereas the 84th annual event would not be possible without the support from local businesses, professional, and agricultural leaders. Whereas this year event promises to continue the fine tradition of youth fairs that have been held here for more than half a century. Now therefore I, Ben Marciano, by the virtue of authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Ocala, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 22nd through March 2nd, 2024 as Southeastern Youth Fair Week. In the city of Ocala, I applaud the efforts of all the dedicated organizations and individuals who make this event possible. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Ocala, Florida, to be affixed this 20th day of February, 2024. Let me take this side. Good job.
Thank you, Mayor Marciano. We are so grateful once again for the relationship that we have with the city of Ocala, and we certainly appreciate you being here tonight and the proclamation in which you have presented to us. In addition to that, we are grateful for the same response that we have with this Marion County. Representing the Commissioners tonight is the chair. This is Michelle Stone. Commissioner Stone, thank you for being here tonight. Once again, a longtime supporter of the Southeastern Youth Fair. We are so appreciative of Marion County, the facilities that we have here, the opportunity to use them, and we're grateful tonight for your presence and for the proclamation you bring. Michelle Stone, Chairman of the Commission, Marion County.
Thank you. Thank you, Russ, and thank you, everyone. And I do, if you would give a hand to the staff at Marion County who got this facility ready for you and keeping it. We appreciate you, and several of them are here, part of the board as well. And Mayor Marciano gave some great information and details, so I won't repeat any of that, but I would just say it's a wonderful opportunity for the youth growing up in our community to get to participate, and I hope that you'll continue to call Marion County home in the years to come as well. So with that, I would like to read this proclamation that's an honor to present from the Board of County Commissioners of Marion County, Florida, that states, whereas the Southeastern Youth Fair is the premier not-for-profit all-youth fair for 4-H and FFA students in Marion County, Florida. And whereas the Southeastern Youth Fair officially began in 1978 as an extension of the Southeastern Youth Steer Show and Sale to provide a showcase for the full extent of youth achievement, and whereas the Southeastern Youth Fair aims to recognize the outstanding youth of Marion County by serving as a platform for competition, exhibition, enhanced educational opportunities, and the promotion of self-esteem and personal growth and development while aiding in the education of the citizens of Marion County regarding the importance of agriculture and related industries in our area. And whereas the 2024 Southeastern Youth Fair marks its 84th anniversary, with this year's fair theme, "There is no time like fair time." Whereas participation in this event, scheduled for February 22nd through March the 2nd, provides a chance for our youth to display their skills and the results of their hard work for the enjoyment of the citizens of Marion County and surrounding areas. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Marion County, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in us, do hereby desire by means of this proclamation to express its congratulations to all agencies that support and sponsor the Southeastern Youth Fair for their dedication to giving encouragement to Marion County's outstanding youth in agriculture and to all participants of the Youth Fair. Duly proclaimed this 20th day of February 2024, signed by all 5 Marion County Commissioners and attested to by Gregory C. Harrell, our Clerk of the Court. And again, congratulations to all the participants out here and to the families and the supporters for this youth fair. I wish you a wonderful conclusion as you wrap up on March the 2nd and a really exciting night tonight when all those awards and trophies get handed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. We are so thankful once again for the relationship we have with Marion County. And on behalf of the Southeastern Youth Fair, please share with the other commissioners how much we appreciate the great relationships that we have here with you this evening. Would you give another round of applause for Mayor Marciano and Commissioner Stone? We now have a very special time that we would like to share with you. That is the dedication to the 84th fair here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. I'm going to turn this over to the Southeastern Youth Fair president, Ms. Molly Rowe, and Ms. Molly is going to make that dedication tonight. Thank you, President Rowe.
Thank you, Russ. Good evening. On behalf of the Southeastern Youth Fair, it is my honor, truly an honor, to recognize this year's recipient for the 2024 Youth Fair dedication. So please help me welcome down Mr. Hugh Daly and family. Yeah, Amber. So I just want to say a few words before we take the picture. My first encounter, as they're coming up, my first encounter with Mr. Hugh was when I was 10 years old, and he was the Sun Bank Ag Loan Officer. And my sister and I decided that we wanted 5 registered Hereford heifers. And my dad thought it would be a good idea to go meet with this loan officer to get ourselves a loan. And we were nervous, and we didn't know what to expect. And when we went into Hugh's office, he was interested in our project. He asked us questions. He made us feel comfortable. He supported us. And my dad just kept saying, make a good impression. So we wanted that loan. And so he's done that with thousands of other young people in this community. He continues, and he has been an exhibitor growing up and showing hogs and cattle in these very barns. He has been a parent of an exhibitor. He has been a buyer to hundreds of animals, given his time and to coach judging teams, given his money to provide scholarships. He has been a pivotal role in creating the foundation. That is more to come on that, but you've probably seen it in your program. And so at this time, I just want to read the plaque and go ahead and turn that over? Okay, so it says the 2024 Southeastern Youth Fair is dedicated in honor of Mr. Hugh Daly. Hugh has been an integral part of the Southeastern Youth Fair community for decades. He has served as the Youth Fair Executive Board member for years, been a member of the Marion County 4-H Foundation, has been a spearhead in establishing the Southeastern Youth in Agriculture Foundation. He has devoted an endless amount of time of volunteer hours both at the Southeastern Youth Fair and within the Marion County 4-H, coaching several champion meat judging teams. He has purchased hundreds of market animals at the fair and has contributed tremendously to our growth and success for the past 4 decades. His influence is immeasurable, and his devotion to serve the youth in ag community is admirable. It is an honor to dedicate the 2024 Southeastern Youth Fair to him. So we thank you for the impact that you have made on young people like myself and others, and I couldn't think of a more deserving person to receive this dedication, so thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for the recognition. I've got 3 generations of my family here, including my wife Valerie, my daughter Samantha, brothers, sisters, nieces, and nephews, and we've all been touched by the fair. And I guess part of our mission with the Southeastern Youth Ag Foundation is keep the fair here in perpetuity. We want to keep the fair like this, but improved as we move forward for your kids and your grandkids. And I can tell you the fair is very similar to the way it was 50 years ago when I started showing here, but the only changes have been improvements. So we want to keep on doing that, and I pledge to work real hard doing that. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amber Starling, and I am speaking on behalf of the Executive Board of the Fair. Tonight, I have the honor and privilege to say a few words about our Southeastern Youth Fair president. She wears many hats around the fair, which include but are not limited to Molly, or Molly Dolly, to her family and friends, Mrs. Rowe, to many current and previous Bellevue Middle School students, Mom, to Riley and Reagan, who were raised in this barn, wife, to her middle school boyfriend, Ricky, and Southeastern Youth Fair cattle and pig show alumnus. Although she has a soft spot for cattle, especially her favorite cow, Red Duke, don't be fooled, she loved to show her pigs. Apparently, Molly and Paul Bryant, Miss Tabitha's brother, battled out a few swine showmanship titles back in their day at the Southeastern Youth Fair. She was involved in both 4-H and FFA and held the title of Supreme Exhibitor within her 10 years of showing at the fair. A few of the many amazing characteristics that come to mind when I think of Molly is passion and purpose. She has a strong work ethic and expects more from her students. She is known for saying we need to give students more responsibility. They will take it on if they are entrusted with the work. She makes hard decisions. She does not play favorites and believes in tough love. If everyone had Molly as a mother, leader, teacher, the world would be a better place. She is a humble soul. And she wouldn't tell you, but she gets letter after letter from her past and present students. She has changed their lives, and she will always be their favorite teacher. I am a witness to this. I have heard this from many students and many Southeastern Youth Fair families. A strong leader like Molly doesn't set out to be a leader. They set out to make a difference. It's never been about leadership for Molly. It's always been about the end goal. She has dedicated and sacrificed her time, her talent, and her treasure to not only the Southeastern Youth Fair, but the agriculture industry, her students, her family, and her friends. Thank you, Ms. Molly Friel Rowe, for your commitment to this organization that we all hold dear to our hearts. You are loved and appreciated, and your legacy has left a mark that will remain in years to come.
On behalf of the fair, we want to say thanks to Hugh and Molly and so many other leaders who have been a part of the Southeastern Youth Fair for so many years. We are indeed grateful for your leadership. We want to go ahead and begin the portion of our program tonight to where we give out the awards. We have several awards that we'd like to give out tonight, and these youngsters are standing patiently here along the rail. And so as we call out your name and the award, we ask you to come up here to the front so we can get a photograph of you. The first recognition that we would like to provide is for the cover design winner of this year's Youth Fair. If you have seen the catalog, you have seen that cover there. That was produced by Avery Perriman of the Town and Country 4-H. Congratulations, Avery. The next awards that we're going to give out is the Animal Fever Best in Show. We call this the Frances DeVore Award. It is named in her honor. It is sponsored by A.L. Baxley and Sons. And in the junior division is Callie Ray Cassidy in the Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. The intermediate winner is Jay Dorsey of the North Marion Middle FFA. And our senior winner in the Animal Fever Best in Show, Abigail Emrich of the Bellevue High Junior FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Next, we have the Needlework and Sewing Best in Show. This is sponsored by Nails by Jessica at the Polished Nail Salon. In the junior division, Ainsley Gill of the Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Our intermediate winner is Ella Kennedy of the Wild and Country 4-H. And in the senior division, Brianna Lopez of the Stars and Stripes 4-H. Congratulations to these three winners in the Needlework and Sewing Best in Show. Our next division is the Home Arts Best in Show. This is sponsored by Waldron & Son Farms and Wet Hammock Farms. In the junior division, Willow Mims of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Our intermediate winner, Emma Lynn Oakes of the Osceola Middle FFA. And in the senior division, Tyler Pina of the Bellevue High FFA chapter. Our next awards will be the Photography Best in Show. This is sponsored by Dalton Hobbs Photography and Photos by Tracy. In the junior division, Addison Horn of the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf F4H. In the intermediate division, our winner is Grace Trayford of the Ocklawaha Little Bits. And our senior winner is Jordan Papineau of the Lake Weir High FFA chapter. Our next contest is the Kitchen Best in Show. This is sponsored by the Crafty Heifer. In the junior division, Amelia Oberly of the Dunellen 4-H. The intermediate winner, Addie Mims of the Kendrick 4-H. And our senior winner in the kitchen show, Lily Metzger of the Happy Homeschoolers 4-H. In the Creative Foods division, our junior winner is Willow Mims of the Kendrick 4-H. In the intermediate division, Sydney Antoine of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. And our senior winner, Scarlett Ernest of the Southern Roots 4-H Club. Our next division in the kitchen show is food preservation. In the junior division, Scarlett Oberly of the Dunellen 4-H. Our intermediate winner, Emma Blackburn of the Bellevue Middle FFA. And in the senior division, our winner is Luke Hudson, Luke with the Lucky Learners 4-H. We would also like to remind all of our visitors that the barn is now going to be closed to visitors. We're about 30 minutes away from our show, and so we appreciate you respecting that. The next awards we're going to give out will be for the Garden Show, Best in the Show. This is sponsored by Priscilla Randall and then Mid-Florida Community Credit Union, in addition to Yard Stop. And in the junior division, our winner is Scarlett Oberly of the Dunellen 4-H. Our intermediate winner, Abigail Schultz of the Dunellen Middle FFA chapter. And the winner in our senior division, Luke Hudson of the Bellevue High FFA. Our next contest is the Plant ID contest, sponsored by Russ and Priscilla Randall and Mid-Florida Community Credit Union. In the individual results in the junior division, third place is Adeline Upton of Majestic Oaks. Second place in the junior division, Caden Upton, also of the Majestic Oaks. And our winner in the junior division, Ainsley Gill, also of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Congratulations, Majestic Oaks, all three of you, the junior winners. In the intermediate division, third place is Elizabeth Schmidt of the North Marion Middle School FFA. Second place, Paige Donahue of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. And our winner in the intermediate division, James Heidi Harrison of the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. In the senior division, third place goes to Kylie Goodson of the Caprine 4-H. Second place, representing Vanguard High School, Frank Thomas. And our winner in the senior division, Lillian Lagos from the Westport High FFA chapter. Our next awards will be for the Team Plant ID contest, and winning the junior division, that's Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Come on up. The intermediate team winner is the Osceola Middle FFA chapter. And the winner in the senior division on the team effort, that's the Vanguard High Team B FFA chapter. So congratulations to all of our Plant ID participants. The next contest that we would like to represent the winner of, or recognize the winner, is the Conservation Tray Best in Show. This is sponsored by the Marion Soil and Water Conservation District. Miss Ann Bishop, if you're here, we'd love for you to come and present this. The winner this year of the Conservation Tray is the Lake Weir FFA chapter. Congratulations, Lake Weir. The next contest we'd like to recognize the winner in is the Club Exhibit Best in Show. This is sponsored by Acme Field, Mr. Richard McGinley. It is being presented tonight by our coordinator, Miss Sandra Daly. And the winner of the club exhibit is the Happy Homeschoolers 4-H. Congratulations to the Happy Homeschoolers, and Miss Daly, thank you for the presentation. The next award that we would like to present tonight is the Club Hay Bale Exhibit, the Best in Show. This is sponsored by Fertigator Lawn Care. And our winner in this contest is the Dunellen 4-H Club. Congratulations. If you would, hold on 1 second till we get this photograph right here. We're going to count to 3, and then we want you to come on over quickly here. You ready? 1, 2. I didn't say 3 yet. Yeah. 3, here we go. Come on. Congratulations, Dunellen 4-H. We want to say congratulations to all of our winners in our awards program tonight. I want to certainly say thanks to all those who helped to support these programs and these awards. All throughout this week, the Southeastern Youth Fair will give out over $20,000 of prizes and awards, and we're glad to be able to support these kids in this way. We will begin the steer show portion with our national anthem and our pledges here in just about 15 minutes at 6:30, and so you'll have a few minutes to stretch your legs, and we'll see you right back in a moment. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the steer show portion here of the 84th Southeastern Youth Fair. I'm going to ask that if you will to rise as we have the flag presented by the Vanguard High School ROTC. Nora is then going to lead us in our national anthem, and then we will have our pledges that we will have as well, along with a word of prayer. Thank you tonight for doing that.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done. Thank you, Nora, representing Town and Country 4-H. Emma Dews, now representing Kendrick 4-H, will be leading us in the pledge to the American flag. Emily Cyrilinski from Fort McCoy is going to lead us in the 4-H pledge. Riley Antuck from Dunellen High is going to lead in the FFA motto. And then we have Avery Perriman from the Town and Country 4-H who's going to lead us in prayer tonight. Thank you, Emma.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to literature service, my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Right here. Okay. Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to serve, and living to serve. I so messed that up.
Please bow with me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for allowing us to be a part of this great industry of agriculture. Help us to be mindful of each value that the agriculture brings to our nation by providing us with a safe and abundant food supply. May we always remember that we depend on you for rain and sunshine. We thank you for the opportunity to compete and participate at the Southeastern Youth Fair. We're thankful for the many volunteers that work to make this possible for each participant. We pray that with good sportsmanship we prevail and each individual will be safe as we do it this week. We love you, Lord, and we pray this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Give these ladies a round of applause as they have led us tonight. We are so grateful for them. We have a new tradition in which we have started this year. We call it our Senior Walk. And each one of the shows, we want to recognize those individuals who have shown steers, are showing steers, and who are seniors in their representative schools this year. So this will be their last time in the show ring here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. We have 32 individuals who are seniors this year who are going to be participating in the steer show. And so I'm going to ask that if they would to begin to make their way out into the show ring so that we might recognize them. We have Dylan Barnes from the Lake Weir High FFA. Jordan Bailey, also with the Lake Weir High FFA. Catherine Boyer with the Town and Country 4-H. Aubrey Bukovich with the Vanguard High FFA. Camden Collins with the Grandview 4-H. Gavin Davis with the Trinity Catholic High FFA. Kendall Dean with the Trinity Catholic High FFA. Scarlett Ernest with the Southern Roots 4-H Club. Wyatt Emedy, Wyatt with the Wild and Country 4-H. Riley Hall with the Lucky Learners 4-H. James LaFeast with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Laney Lyles with the Lucky Learners 4-H Club. Trent Nichols with the Wild and Country 4-H Club. Amber Ortez Nunez with the Dunellen High FFA. Riley Ostanik with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Carolyn Parker with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Avery Perriman with the Town and Country 4-H. Sydney Proctor with the Bellevue High FFA. Amaya Ramirez with the Vanguard High FFA. Parker Rollerson with the Dunellen High FFA. Emily Stokes with the Vanguard High FFA. Kylie Summerlin with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Leah Van Rick of the Vanguard High FFA. Owen Varney with the Kendrick 4-H. Kendall Wiedenbacher with the Vanguard High FFA. Zachary Palfrey with the Leading the Way 4-H. And Breeley Yeomans of the Kendrick 4-H. And Caitlin Burke of the Forest High FFA. This is sponsored by the Marion County Cattlemen. And we have 3 individuals in this group here tonight who have shown a steer here every year since they were 8 years old. James LaFeast, Avery Perriman, and Breeley Yeomans. Congratulations to all of our senior exhibitors. We appreciate you. Let's give them all a great round of applause. These are truly the remarkable participants here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. Congratulations to you. We're just moments away from beginning the show with our homegrown section. We will have 3 different heats tonight of the homegrown section. While we're waiting on them to get queued up, we'd like to introduce to you our judge tonight, Mr. David Daniel Jr. Thanks, Mr. Daniel, for being here tonight and being a part of this. David grew up in central Alabama on a commercial cow-calf operation, has participated in several youth livestock projects, market steers, received his bachelor degree from Auburn University, was a part of the Auburn livestock judging team, also had a master's degree in agriculture while at Auburn as well. He has served as an Alabama cooperative extension agent there and coordinator with the animal science and the forages team. Also manages a small cow-calf operation between 2 and 4 in the morning when nothing else is going on. David, thank you for being here tonight. We're looking forward to this time. Let's give a big round of applause to our judge, David Daniel. Also grateful tonight for Ashton Perryman. She is the sweetheart for Marion County. She's going to serve as our ring steward tonight. And so Ashlyn, thank you so much for that. We appreciate you being here tonight and representing Marion County Cattlemen. I'd like to remind everyone that tonight, along with tomorrow night for the auction and also for the remaining events throughout the week, you can go to the website, seyfair.com, and there you can watch the live stream of all the events that are going on here. If you're not able to be here in person, or maybe you've got some friends from out of town that would like to watch or even participate in the auction tomorrow night, that is an excellent way to do that. All right, I believe we have our first heat in our homegrown class coming into the arena now. We're looking for entry 115. This is Trent Nichols of the Wild and Country 4-H Club. Number 2, Ada Perriman of the Town and Country 4-H. Number 19, Scarlett Ernest of the Southern Roots 4-H. Number 69, Dustin Doughton of the Wild and Country 4-H. Number 107, this is a Wild and Country 4-H. This is a club steer. Number 26, representing Trinity Catholic, Luke Rudiani. Number 91, Bristol Leitner of the Town and Country 4-H. Number 147, Amelia Hoppel of the Kendrick 4-H. Number 158, Michael Baldwin of the Kendrick 4-H Club. And number 159, Bailey Baldwin, also of the Kendrick 4-H Club. These are the entries in Heat 1 of our homegrown. These steers will weigh between 938 and 1,200 pounds. These first 3 heats here in our homegrown classes, these will be animals that were raised by these students from cattle that they own themselves. This is something that we're very proud of here in Marion County. Give this first class right here of our homegrown a round of applause for being in this group. We'd like to remind all of our visitors here tonight and those of you that are excited about watching the show, this is kind of like the ride at Disney World. If you will, keep all of your hands, feet, legs, any other appendages outside of the ring. This is for your safety here. We never know when an animal may get away from us, and so we appreciate you respecting that. Thank you. Judge Daniel tonight has made his selection on the ones that he's going to pull back from this first heat. That's number 2, Ada Perriman. Number 19, Scarlett Ernest. Number 107, that's the Wild and Country. That is a club cab. Number 91, Bristol Leitner. And number 147, Amelia Hoppel. We now will have our second heat in our homegrown class coming in. This is 160, Leela Baldwin of the Vanguard High FFA. Number 157, Ellie Damron of the Kendrick 4-H. Number 4, Rebecca Lafitte, also with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 29, Caleb Smith. Caleb showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. Number 60, Kirsten Burbage of the Caprine 4-H. Number 108, Julia Hettinger of the Wild and Country 4-H. Number 1, Avery Perriman, also with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 52, this is Kason Hensley with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 98, Luke Tootin. Luke showing with Kendrick 4-H. And number 12, this is James Connor Peebles showing with Cracker Country 4-H. This is our second heat. These steers will weigh between 1,210 and 1,295 pounds. We are always grateful when our Marion County public education leaders are here with us. Tonight is a privilege to have the Bellevue High principal, Heather Guest, here with us. Ms. Guest, thank you for being here. Thank you for the way that you support the Southeastern Youth Fair. We certainly are very proud of those students that come from Bellevue High School FFA. Thank you, Ms. Guest. Thank you. Give her a round of applause for being here tonight. Thank you very much. In this second heat, Judge Daniel has pulled these 4 or 5 calves that are going to be coming back for our homegrown champion. This is number 4, Rebecca Lafise. Number 29, Caleb Smith. Number 108, Julia Hettinger. Number 1, Abry Perriman. And number 12, James Connor Peebles. We will now bring in our third heat of our homegrown classes. We're looking for entry number 8. This is Emma Grace Dews. Emma showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 114, this is the North Marion High. This is a junior chapter steer. Number 96, Carson Tootin with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 97, this is Peyton Tootin, also showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 9, Aiden Permar, Aiden showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 138, Chloe Davis, Chloe showing with the Bellevue High FFA. Number 3, this is James Lafise, James showing with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 11, Ariana Altman showing with the Cracker Country 4-H. And number 16, this is Cooper Alt, Cooper showing with the Dunellen Christian FFA. These steers will range in weight from 1,315 to 1,530 pounds. Judge Daniel has 5 entries that he has pulled out of this third heat. Number 8, that is Emma Grace Dews. Number 9, Aiden Permar. Number 138, Chloe Davis. Number 3, James Lafice. And number 11, Ariana Altman. We'll stage these 5 calves over here, and we'll bring back the final grouping from heats 1 and 2. And this will be for our showmanship grand champion tonight. We will have 15 entries here in our showmanship grand class here. We have number 2 that says Ada Perriman. Ada with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 19, Scarlett Ernest with the Southern Roots 4-H. Number 107, this is the Wild and Country 4-H Club. Number 91, Bristol Leitner with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 147, Amelia Hupple with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 4, Rebecca Lafice with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 29, Caleb Smith with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Number 108, Julia Hettinger with the Wild and Country 4-H. Number 1, Avery Perriman with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 12, James Connor Peebles with the Cracker Country 4-H. Number 8, Emma Grace Dews with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 9, Aiden Permar, also with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 138, Chloe Davis with the Bellevue High FFA. Number 3, James Lafice with the Kendrick 4-H Club. And number 11, this is Ariana Altman with the Cracker Country 4-H. All the animals that you see here in the ring at this point in time are Marion County calves right here. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors. If I said showmanship earlier, there are some great showmen out here. However, this is the homegrown class in which we're being evaluated at this point in time. Judge Daniel has his work cut out for him.
Well, good evening. Before I get going, I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all this evening. And before I go any further, let's give these young folks a round of applause. Personally, I think we've got a really good night ahead of us. Really high quality cattle out here in the ring right now, and the fact that they all came from this county is truly impressive. With that being said, I'll ask you to give them one more round of applause, and I'll go out and pick your champion reserve. And we'll talk about them a little bit more as we see them later on in their respective classes tonight.
And your grand champion homegrown, Aiden Permar. Aiden showing with Kendrick 4H. Aiden, congratulations to you. Quite an honor. Bring that calf out here and tip your hat to the crowd. Quite an accomplishment. And our reserve grand champion, also from Kendrick 4H, Jimmy Lafiche, James Lafiche. Congratulations, James. Aiden Permar and James Lafiche, congratulations to both of you. Again, to remind you that these homegrown cattle are cattle that are raised here in Marion County. So we offer our congratulations to both Aiden and James. Judge Daniel, thank you, sir. We appreciate you judging these set of cattle right here. We'll escort the rest of the homegrown class out. We'll take a few photographs here, and we'll be ready to bring in Class 1, sponsored by Lafiche Farms. And we want to say thanks to the Marion County Cattlemen. They are the sponsor for the homegrown class tonight. So we really appreciate them and very grateful for them and their production with the homegrown cattle here. Let's have another round of applause for Aiden and James, your grand champion and your reserve grand champion in our homegrown class. We are ready for Class 1 now to come into the ring. Class 1 being sponsored by Lafiche Farms. Trent Nichols, number 115, representing Wild and Country 4-H. Number 71, Macy Collins, showing with Grandview 4-H. Number 58, Lane Taylor, showing with Town and Country 4-H. Number 45, this is a Town and Country, a club calf here for Town and Country. Number 75, Taylor Lewis with the Wild and Country 4-H. Number 119, Travis Keeger of the Southern Roots 4-H. Number 152, this is Vanguard High FFA. This is a chapter steer. Number 2, Ada Perriman of the Town and Country 4-H. Number 31, Jaden Cox. Jaden showing with the Forest High FFA. Number 25, Aubrey Baldwin showing with the Town and Country 4-H. And number 19, Scarlett Ernest. Scarlett is showing with the Southern Roots 4-H. This is Class 1, 11 entries. These calves will range in weight from 938 to 1,025 pounds.
think we've got a really solid class out here. I guess to start, just the plain old weight divisions with. The black steer I'm going to use to start this thing with. That one's just got a lot of power to him. I think as you study him, he's plenty long-sided, got more than enough muscle shape to him. That calf's just got a lot of cutability and should go to the rail with a lot of product. And I think on top of that, he's pretty appropriate in the amount of finish that he's got on him. So you add all that with the balance and the eye appeal that he's got, it gets kind of tough to get around him out here. The red steer that we've got there next, or gold, or whatever you'd like to call him, I think he balances up really nice as well. Maybe not quite as powerful down at the ground, especially as we compare him to our class winner. But again, as you study him up top along the spine, I mean, that calf's got a lot of cutability up there in the, what I like to call the money cuts. Maybe just not quite as 12 o'clock is the calf that we're going to start with in terms of being complete in terms of the amount of finish that he's got on him, and again, carrying that same base width and power down low. The steer that we've got there in third, I think you really like him just from a quality standpoint. He's not near the stoutest one out here, but he sure does balance up really nice. I mean, really level top line. He's more than sound enough, I think, once you set him into motion, and he's got some muscle to him. I think he just kind of puts himself in the third because he gives up some power and some dimension to the two steers placed above. But again, it gets kind of hard to get him placed lower than that as he just really balances up nice and gives you a high quality sort of look. As we move on from there, good job. As we move on from there, the steer that we've got in fourth, I think you like him from a cutability standpoint. He's got some balance to him. I think what kind of gets him in the fourth for me is you compare him to the top three steers. He's just a little bit shorter fronted, maybe not quite as pretty on the profile, so you shift him down just a touch for that because those three above him are pretty complete. But again, one that's a pretty solid market steer in his own right. The young man smoke steer that's next, again, a really well-balanced sort of calf. Young man's had to work an uphill battle trying to get him shown out here because the steer didn't want to cooperate. But again, one that's pretty solid from an eye appeal standpoint. Just like to widen him up down there at the base. When that calf gets stopped, he kind of wants to cross those back legs, get a little base narrow, and it's tough for him to move up as we start evaluating him from a true market standpoint. Moving on from there, the young lady's brindle calf is one that's kind of a standout in his own right. That calf's really, really well put together. He's got some muscle shape to him. Maybe not quite the pop in terms of eye appeal as the calf placed above him. But again, one it's a pretty solid, good job, pretty solid market steer. Just kind of gets out prettied and outpowered by the cattle placed above him. I think from there you get into some cattle that have got some good to them for sure, some good, I guess some growth and some performance. Just maybe not quite as complete in terms of everything they bring to the table tonight. But a thing I do want to say is these young people deserve a round of applause for getting these cattle to this end point. I think it takes a lot of feeding, a lot of time, so let's give them a round of applause for that, for getting these projects to a solid end point.
Congratulations to our Class 1 exhibitors. Winning the class, Taylor Lewis of the Wild and Country 4-H. Standing second is Travis Kiger of the Southern Roots 4-H. In third place, Scarlett Ernest, also of the Southern Roots. Standing fourth, Ada Perriman of the Town and Country 4-H. In fifth place, Jaden Cox, Shaden showing with the Forest High FFA. Sixth place is the Town and Country of 4-H Club Calf. In seventh place is Aubrey Baldwin of the Town and Country 4-H Club. In eighth place, this is Maya Ramirez showing the Vanguard High FFA Chapter Calf. In ninth place, Macy Collins of the Grandview 4-H Club. In 10th place, Lane Taylor of the Town and Country 4-H. And in 11th place, Trent Nichols of the Wild and Country 4-H Club. And we appreciate LaFeast Farms for sponsoring Class 1. We now have Class 2 coming into the ring. Class 2 has 9 entries. They're being sponsored by Brian and Frankie Lewis. Number 46, Isabella Nichols. Isabella showing with Town and Country. Number 67, Shelby Schroeder. Shelby showing with the Lucky Learners. Number 49, Allison Caraway, also with the Lucky Learners. Number 59, Cora Taylor with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 110, Trenton Crosby with the Fort McCoy Four-Leaf 4-H Club. Number 122, this is Evelyn Pierpont with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 82, Evelyn Hutto. Evelyn showing with Cracker Country 4-H. And number 144, Ava Routh. Ava showing with the Town and Country 4-H. And number 69, this is Dustin Doughton. Dustin showing with the Wild and Country 4-H. Class 2, sponsored by Brian and Frankie Lewis. Thank you, Brian and Frankie.
I think in this class, the young lady Charlotte influenced steer, the white steer we'll call him, gets kind of tough to get around from just a pure product standpoint. That thing's got a load of muscle in him. He's really square right there behind his shoulder blades. You look at him from the side, he balances up really nice. He takes all that power and that balance and he sets it down on a really, really stout set of bone work and a really solid feet and legs. He gets kind of tough to get around when you check all of those boxes, so we're going to start with him. The steer that we've got there in second, I really like just from a practicality standpoint. He's good-bodied, he's long-sided, there's some muscle in him for sure. I think as you study him compared to our class winner, he just gets a little off balance in terms of being deeper and maybe heavier through that brisket that we'd like. But again, once you take that the evaluation of that one and look at him from the shoulder back, he gets awful productive and is a high-quality market animal. I think the steer that we've got there in third has got some look and some eye appeal to him, just maybe not quite as powerful as our class winner and maybe not quite as well balanced as the steer that we've got there in second from the shoulder back. Again, I think that one's got some high quality parts and pieces to him. He's just maybe not quite on his A game tonight in terms of his ring presence and the way he shows himself. But again, a tough top three to kind of sort through. I think as we get on from there, the young lady's Gert influence steer, I'm going to call him that at least, has got a lot of doability to him, just a world of center body. Congratulations. A lot of functionality to that calf. He's really long-sided. Again, just as you study him compared to the cattle placed above him, just wants to get base narrow, kind of get those legs crossed under him a little bit. But again, one I think you appreciate from a growth and productivity standpoint, just being kind of good body, good feeding sort of cattle. The next steer that we've got there, I think you like him from a balance standpoint. He's really square in terms of the way that he's made. Just maybe a little bit tighter and harder about the middle portion of his body. I sure would like to drop him down just a touch, maybe make him a little bit more balanced and a little bit more, I guess, contemporary in terms of the amount of body and middle we like in these cattle nowadays. I think from there you start to get into some cattle that have got some good to them for sure, but just maybe not quite the power and the cutability and we find in the cattle higher up in the class, so we're going to let them stay where they are. But again, let's give these young folks a round of applause for a job well done of feeding them to this end point.
Congratulations to our Class 2 exhibitors. Taking first place, this is Evelyn Hutto of the Cracker Country 4-H. In second place, Ava Routh. Ava showing with Town and Country 4-H. In third place, Allison Caraway. Allison showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. In fourth place, Evelyn Pierpont. Evelyn showing with the Town and Country 4-H. In fifth place, also representing Town and Country, Isabella Nichols. Sixth place, Cora Taylor, also with Town and Country 4-H. And in seventh place, representing the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H, Trenton Crosby. In eighth place, Shelby Schroeder with the Lucky Learners 4-H. And in ninth place, Dustin Doughton of the Wild and Country 4-H. And again, we appreciate Brian and Frankie Lewis for sponsoring Class 2. We now have Class 3 coming into the ring. We have 11 entries here in Class 3, and this is being sponsored by Country Oaks Angus Ranch. We have entry number 28. This is an animal that belongs to Hudson Holland. He is being shown today by James Lafitte. This is a medical substitution. They are representing Trinity Catholic FFA. Number 92, Graham Drawdy. Graham with the Osceola Middle FFA chapter. Number 48, Damian Nichols. Damian showing with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 81, Paisley Lewis. Paisley with the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. Number 99, this is Aaron Martinez Jimenez, showing with Lake Weir Middle FFA. Number 30, this is a calf belonging to the Trinity Catholic High FFA. being shown by Gavin Davis. Number 139, representing the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H Club, Emily Cyrilinski. Number 57, Caitlin Alvord. Caitlin showing with the Forest High FFA. Number 107, this is Kinley Forsyth. Kinley is showing an animal that belongs to the Wild and Country 4-H Club, club steer. Number 44, Matthew Wetherill. Matthew showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. And number 145, Mason Benson. Mason showing with the Dunellen Middle FFA chapter. Class 3, once again sponsored by Country Oaks Angus Ranch. We have 11 participants here. These steers will range in weight from 1,065 to 1,090 pounds. Have a couple of our sponsors that we'd like to recognize tonight. Seminole Stores is sponsoring our live stream, and we certainly appreciate that. Have David Stevens here tonight representing them. David, thank you so much. The Branch family, we appreciate it. Also, Cap Design sponsored the Jumbotron, and so we appreciate Mr. Poole. Thank you, Keith, for doing that. Grateful for these sponsors. And if you look across the ring tonight, you'll see all these banners. These are businesses who are helping make this possible. If you have the opportunity to patronize these businesses, I know that they would appreciate it, and we would as well.
We got another really good set of steers out here right now. The calf that I'm going to start with, he wasn't the one that hit me necessarily the hardest as he came in the ring. And I think if I could change anything about that guy, I definitely would neaten him up just a little bit in terms of his brisket and how that chest floor ties in. But I think as you study him and really start to look at him, that calf's got some muscle in him. He's got about the appropriate amount of finish to him. And like I said, that brisket aside, which takes a little bit away from his look, that's a pretty solid steer in terms of his true quality and build and the cutability he should go to the rail with. So we'll start with him. The steer that we've got there in second is the one that really kind of blew me away in terms of just the eye appeal and the pop. That calf's got a lot of presence to him. He gets those ears popped forward, and he's just kind of got the look that we like to see now in terms of being really functional and open through his center rib. He's got some muscle shape and some expression to him. I think what gets him in the second for me is we compare him to the class winner. Maybe he's not quite at 12 o'clock in terms of maybe just having a touch more condition, more finish on him. But again, that one's awful good in his own right. He does a lot of things really well. I just like to stretch him out just a touch more in terms of his overall growth pattern and maybe take a little bit of cover off of him. The steer that we've got there in third, I think you have to love him from just a sheer power standpoint. That one's really big hipped, really big boned. He's got that long front end on him. I just like to make him just a little bit smoother in terms of the way all those things tie together. He wants to get a little weak right there behind his shoulder blade, and I sure would like just to take a notch of that shoulder off of him and make him a little bit smoother fronted. But just from a pure power standpoint, that's a pretty good sort of calf, and it gets kind of tough to move him any further down in this class. I think on from there we get into some cattle that are still got some good to them for sure. The young man solid black steer is really powerful, really bold right there behind his shoulder blade. He's just a little bit shorter coupled, especially through that front third, so that takes away from the quality look that he has as you compare him to the steers placed above him and kind of gets him a little bit further down into the class. I think the same could be said about the next steer. A lot of muscle in that guy, really productive sort of calf, just maybe not quite as well balanced. As you study on out to that rear flank and just maybe not quite the body that we find in some of the cattle placed above him, but again, one that's got some cutability and some product in him. The young man steer that we've got there next, really easy doing kind of calf in terms of his rib shape and the body that he has. Just maybe not quite the power that he needs to move up any further in this particular grouping, but again, one that you can appreciate from a growth standpoint. I think the same thing could be said about the chromed up calf coming out next. Just pretty well balanced, just not quite enough power and productivity to move up as we start to really evaluate market animals. With that being said, I think we've got some more cattle out here that have got some good to them, just maybe not quite as complete as the cattle placed above them. Let's give these young folks for a round of applause for getting them to this point and hanging in here to get them shown.
Congratulations to Class 3 winning the class. This is Gavin Davis. Gavin is showing a steer that belongs to the Trinity Catholic High FFA chapter. Standing second, Paisley Lewis of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In third place, this is Kenley Forsyth showing a calf belonging to the Wild and Country 4-H. Standing fourth, this is Aaron Martinez Jimenez of the Lake Weir Middle FFA. In fifth place, Emily Cyrilinski of the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. In sixth place, this is Hudson Holland with the Trinity Catholic High FFA. In seventh place, Caitlin Alvord of the Forest High FFA. Standing eighth, Matthew Wertherall of Kendrick 4-H. In ninth place, Damian Nichols of the Town and Country 4-H. In 10th place, Mason Benson, Mason showing with the Dunellen Middle FFA. And in 11th place, Graham Drawdy, Graham with the Osceola Middle FFA chapter. Again, we say thanks to Country Oaks Angus Ranch for sponsoring Class 3. Class 4 now in the ring, 11 entries. Class 4 being sponsored by Webb Hay Sales. We have number 68. This is Laura Beth Schroeder. Laura Beth showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 43, Mason Wetherell of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 156, Ashley Estrada. Ashley showing the Dunellen High FFA. Number 109, Morgan Hawkins. Morgan's with a Happy Trails 4-H. Number 41, Sawyer High. Sawyer is showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 26, Luke Rudiani. Luke showing with Trinity Catholic High FFA. Number 88, David Permenter. David showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 39, this is Reagan Rowe. Reagan with the Florida Virtual FFA chapter. Number 105, Antonio Hislop. Antonio showing with the Westport High FFA. Number 143, Ellie Ralph. Ellie with the Town and Country 4-H. And number 56, Wyatt Emity. Wyatt showing with the Wild and Country 4-H Club. These steers will range from 1,095 to 1,115 pounds. And again, we say thanks to Webb Hay Sales for sponsoring Class 4. We want to give a shout out to all those who are watching us on the live stream. We currently have 172 people that are watching us there. We would take a moment to introduce you all by name, but it would probably take too long. So just let us say thanks to you for watching. Once again, if you've got friends and family who live in other locales, go to seyfair.com. And there you can click on and you can watch the live stream and enjoy the shows almost in person. We mentioned earlier how much we appreciate the great partnership that we have with the Marion County Public School System. We have Dr. Sarah James, a member of our Board of Education, who's here with us tonight. Dr. James, thank you for being here. And again, we are so grateful for the support that we have through the Marion County school system. Thank you, Dr. James. Give her a round of applause if you would. Thank you. Also have Mr. Lamar Rimbert, principal at Forest High School, here tonight. Mr. Rimbert, thank you, sir, for being here and the support that you give to the students.
These top two, in my mind, a lot of contrast in terms of type and kind for sure. The young lady smoke steer there, that calf's just about as dense as anything I've seen tonight. I mean, just power from end to end, great big old hip in him. You know, obviously as you study him, especially when he's in motion, you'd like to see him just be a little bit more comfortable off that front end. He's maybe a little bit steeper off that shoulder and some of that muscle in him, and it definitely makes him want to paddle just a touch once you get him on the move. But if you stick with pure market fundamentals, it gets kind of tough to get around that calf. Just a world of power, and he's got some look to him, so we'll stick with him to start. The steer that we've got there in second, not nearly the cutability that we find in our class winner, but man, is that thing well put together. He's really well balanced, strong top line. He's neat and still aesthetically pleasing in terms of his feet and legs while still being productive and functional on the move. Just not quite the punch and the power that we find in our class winner. He's the kind that makes you think, but I think if we're going to stick with just pure cutability and what we expect to find once we get him on the rail, we'll keep him in a very, very close second. The steer that we've got there in third, the young lady does a really good job getting him presented. That calf's got a really neat front end on him. He's got some muscle, he's got some shape. I just like to make him a little bit more level on out of his loin, make him a little bit more, I guess, eye-appealing from hooks to pins. He's not quite as powerful as our class winner and maybe not quite as well balanced as the steer we've got in second. So he just kind of finds himself in third tonight. But again, she does a good job getting him shown. I think the next two steers in line, again, really solid calves, just not quite as complete as the cattle placed above them. The young lady's baldy calf's got some body to them, world of functionality. Just maybe like to pretty him up in terms of that hind leg set. Maybe lower him a little bit in terms of that tail head placement. But again, that's getting kind of nitpicky on one that's pretty good in a pretty tough sort of class. The solid black steer that we've got next, he's probably in my mind the one that really stays with that top end, I guess, the most easily. He's pretty well balanced. Got some cutability to him, got some ease of keeping. Just maybe not, again, quite as complete in terms of checking all the boxes as the steers placed above him. The young man's kind of cream-colored steer is really well balanced from the profile, just kind of flatter made in terms of his muscle pattern. That's what kind of moves him down in my mind. And I think from there, again, we started getting some cattle that do a lot of things right, but just maybe not checking as many boxes in terms of being as complete and hitting quite the quality rating that we find in the cattle placed above them. But again, as y'all have done a great job earlier tonight, let's please give these young folks a round of applause for hanging in here and getting these cattle shown even when they're not cooperating. And again, feeding them to this end point.
Congratulations to Class 4. Again, we appreciate Webb Hay Sales for their sponsorship. Winning the class, Ashley Estrada of the Dunellen High FFA. Standing second in the class, David Permenter of the Lucky Learners 4-H Club. In third place, Morgan Hawkins. Morgan showing with the Happy Trails 4-H. Standing fourth, Reagan Rowe with the Florida Virtual FFA chapter. In fifth place, Mason Wetherell of the Kendrick 4-H Club. In sixth place, Sawyer High of the Kendrick 4-H Club. In seventh place, Ellie Routh with the Town and Country 4-H. In eighth place, Wyatt Emedy with the Wild and Country 4-H. Standing ninth, Luke Rudiani of the Trinity Catholic FFA. In 10th place, Laura Beth Schroeder. Laura Beth showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. And in 11th place, Antonio Hislop of the Westport High FFA chapter. We now have Class 5 entering into the ring. Class 5 being sponsored by Mid-Florida Fence. Entry 134, this is Riley Ann Tuck. Riley Ann showing with the Dunellen High FFA. Number 5, Tate Starling. Tate showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 117, Kylie Godwin with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 123, Kylie Summerlin. Kylie also showing with Lucky Learners. Number 148, Michaela Lowry. Michaela showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 36, Callie Ray Cassidy of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Number 101, Megan Grace of the Dunellen Middle FFA. Number 72, Jenna Smith. Jenna showing with the Lake Weir High FFA. And number 120, Addison Gray. Addison showing with the Southern Roots 4-H Club. 9 entries. These steers will weigh between 1,130 and 1,155 pounds. And once again, we give a very special word of thanks to Mid-Florida Fence for sponsoring Class 5. I'd like to also remind everyone of the food trucks that we have out here. Encourage you to go out and enjoy some delicious treats and food. Also want to give a shout out to Chico over here in the corner. He's got some, he calls it floss cotton candy. He'll be glad to give you a little sugar rush there if you need. Chico has been a long time vendor here. Chico, we're glad you are here tonight. We have a favor to ask. We're going to ask it if you're standing here in these, in the back of the ring here, if you wouldn't mind maybe going and finding a place somewhere else along. You're blocking the view of those in those lower grandstands. So if you could find maybe another spot to stand there, or maybe even have a seat in the grandstands, that might help a little bit there. So thank you for cooperating with that. We really do appreciate it.
I think we've got a really strong top trio in this particular group. I think the young lady Smoke Steer is, he doesn't necessarily overwhelm you with power, but he's definitely got enough of it. He's strong and level top. That old neck ties pretty high to the top of his shoulder blades. He's got a world of middle body and functionality to him as far as being an easy feeding sort of steer. So I think he's kind of the logical place to start out here. The young lady's baldy face steer that's next, you really like the power and the cutability in that calf. Good job, no problem. I think that one's definitely going to go to the rail and be the productive kind of cattle that we're looking for. It's just as you compare him to our class winner, he maybe gets a little cresty out of his neck, maybe a little shorter fronted, maybe not quite as smooth and ideal out of his hip. But again, as far as a market steer, just the muscle and the finish that he's got on him, I think that one's really, really solid, and the young lady's done a really good job getting him to this point. The steer that we've got there next, I think he kind of fits the same bill, just maybe not quite as well balanced as the steer's placed above him, a little bit more awkward and round out of his hip, but one that's definitely got some muscle and some ease of keeping to him. I should say ease of keeping, ease of feeding. I mean, I think that steer's gotten to that point pretty comfortably, and I don't think the young lady probably had to do much to push him. Again, just maybe not quite as well balanced as our class winner, and maybe not quite as powerful as the steer that we've got there in second. So I think third's a logical place for him. Moving on from there, the young man steer with the white on him, really well balanced calf who's got some cutability to him. I just wish that guy had more body, just more center rib to help him out some with his balance. I think that's a pretty good kind of steer. I just like to make him a little bit more functional in terms of the amount of depth of rib and openness of his cage that he comes out here with. The Hereford appearance steer that we've got there next, really well balanced sort of calf that I think's got some product to him, but I think as you study that one, and from talking a little bit with the young lady, he's just got a little bit more cover and a little bit more finish. Getting kind of to that line where he's a little bit more stale in terms of his appearance, not nearly as stout as some of the cattle placed above, so that's what works him down a little bit further in my opinion. I think the next four, in my mind, you can appreciate them for their outline and growth and the frame they come out here with. Just as you study them against some cattle placed above them, you find them a little bit flatter in terms of the rib shape and muscle pattern, and maybe just not quite the cutability, so we slide them on down just a touch. But again, let's give everybody a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Congratulations to our Class 5 exhibitors. Again, we say thanks to Mid-Florida Fence for sponsoring that class. Winning the class is Michaela Lowry of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Standing second in that class, Callie Ray Cassidy of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. In third place, Addison Gray of the Southern Roots 4-H. In fourth place, Tate Starling of the Kendrick 4-H Club. In fifth place, Megan Grace of the Dunellen Middle FFA Chapter. Standing sixth, Jenna Smith of the Lake Weir High FFA Chapter. In seventh place, Riley Ann Tuck of the Dunellen High FFA. Eighth place was Kylie Godwin of the Lucky Learners 4-H. And in ninth place was Kylie Summerlin. Kylie showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H as well. We now have Class 6 coming into the show ring. Class 6 being sponsored by 3G Cattle Company. Number 21, this is Aubrey Bukovich. Aubrey showing with the Vanguard High FFA. Number 91, Bristol Leitner. Bristol with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 129, this is Sam Love. Sam showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Number 65, Noah Westgate. Noah showing with the Trinity Catholic FFA. Number 147, Amelia Hoppel showing with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 124, Dylan Barnes. Dylan showing with the Lake Weir High FFA chapter. Number 158, this is Michael Baldwin. Michael is showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 132, this is Kaylin Tyson. Kaylin showing with Town and Country 4-H. And number 53, this is Carter Bucks. Carter showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Class 6 have 9 entries. These steers will weigh between 1,160 and 1,180 pounds. Sam, could we see you at the announcer's table, please? Want to make a correction in that last class there. Callie Ray Cassidy placed 5th, and Megan Grace placed 2nd. I apologize for that error there.
appreciate y'all bearing with me there. Had a little sore there on the top end. Had to make sure I could be at peace with what I was going to do here. And I think the steer that I'm going to start with is a good middle ground calf. He's not quite as bold and powerful as the cream-colored calf we've got there in second, but that one's got some look and some eye appeal through that front third. He's more than open and soft enough through the center rib, and I think as you study him down this top line, he opens up with enough shape and productivity. You know, he kind of got lost in the mix there a little bit earlier, but once he got stopped up there and got another look at him, it's like, well, man, that's pretty doggone good third place steer. And the longer you look at him, he probably needs to start this thing. So congratulations, young man, job well done. The steer that we've got next, again, I think you love the power in that one. He's got some balance, definitely an eye-appealing sort of calf. Just like to tuck that tail head just a little bit neater into his hip. And I think the main issue that I have with him is he gets a little narrow down there at the ground and wants to bow at his hocks. Maybe not the most comfortable calf once you set him into motion. And normally once you get him out there and the fringes in terms of the muscle and the power that this guy has, you expect just a little bit of that. But again, from a power and cutability standpoint, he makes a really tough run to win this thing. Just maybe not quite as well balanced and as complete as the steer we start with. The steer that we've got there in third, another really powerfully constructed sort of calf, just a little bit rounder out of his hip. Maybe not quite as attractive through that front end of his body, but again, as we study him from just a pure market fundamental standpoint, he's probably the one that needs to be in this top end just from the muscle and power he comes to the table with. I think moving on from there, similar things could be said for the young man steer that's going to be fourth. Again, one that's got some ease of keeping to him, just a lot of doability, open-bodied, really soft sort of calf. Just maybe not quite as complete in terms of the eye appeal that we find in some of the steers placed above him. The young lady steer that we've got there next, the red one, another really powerfully constructed sort of calf. You love the build on him. Just like to make him a little bit straighter and more attractive in terms of that hind wheel. Maybe clean him up through that front third just a touch. But again, another calf that's got a lot of power and boldness to his structure. I think the steer we've got next has got some balance to him. I think I just like to power him up just a touch, maybe give him a little bit more stoutness, a feature in terms of his foot size and his bone work. Really well presented calf. The young lady does a really good job. Just like to see a little bit more muscle and a little bit more pop in that steer. I think as we move on from there, the next three you really appreciate from a growth and balance standpoint. Just like to see those guys a little bit more bold and with a little bit more skeletal width to move them up in this particular class.
Congratulations to our Class 6 exhibitors. And once again, we say thanks to 3G Cattle Company for their sponsorship. Winning the class is Noah Westgate. Noah with the Trinity Catholic High FFA. In second place, Aubrey Bukovic of the Vanguard High FFA. In third place, Dylan Barnes. Dylan showing with Lake Weir High FFA. In fourth place, Sam Love of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In fifth place, Kaylin Tyson. Kaylin with the Town and Country 4-H. In sixth place, Bristol Leitner. Bristol showing with Town and Country 4-H as well. In seventh place, Amelia Hoppel. Amelia showing with Kendrick 4-H. And eighth place, Carter Books of the Kendrick 4-H Club. And in ninth place, Michael Baldwin with the Kendrick 4-H. Again, say thanks to 3G Cattle Company for sponsoring Class 6. We now have Class 7 coming into the ring. Class 7 being sponsored by Farm Credit. Number 64, this is Cameron Satterfield of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 79, Sidney Proctor of the Bellevue High FFA. Number 23, this is Kendall Wiedenbacher. Kendall showing with the Vanguard High FFA. Number 32, Caitlin Burke. Caitlin showing with the Forest High FFA. Number 159, Bailey Baldwin. Bailey showing with Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 127, Jacob Bukovic. Jacob showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Number 136, Connor Fowler. Connor showing a Bellevue High chapter steer. Number 157, Ellie Damron. Ellie showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. And number 160, this is Leela Baldwin. Leela showing with the Vanguard High FFA. This is Class 7, 9 entries. These steers will weigh between 1185 and 1,210 pounds. And again, we say thanks to Farm Credit for sponsoring this class.
Another really stout, featured, boldly constructed one to start this class with. I think as you start to look at him, he's not necessarily the longest or the prettiest as we study that shoulder forward. But once you get right behind that shoulder blade, that thing opens up really wide and bold through his heart girth. He's got a world of top shape in him. You love the bone in the foot he stands on. I don't think he'd ever be a ballerina in terms of the way that he moves, but that one, I think, for the amount of muscle that he's got in him, is functional enough. So he probably needs to win this class from a pure market standpoint, just pure fundamentals, the amount of cutability. I think as we move on from there, we've kind of got to make some choices. These next two cattle really balance up nice, in my opinion. Really a world of eye appeal and balance in them. I think what gets the young man's black baldy steer in the second for me is he's just got a world of top shape. I mean, that thing's really bold and square right there behind his shoulder blade. I think he's got more than enough width and depth of loin to him. I think as you compare him to our class winner, he's maybe a little bit lighter and frailer in terms of his feature. But once he goes to the rail and you really start to evaluate the carcass, I think he'll hang. I think that dude's going to be just about as profitable and productive as anybody. The red steer balances up really nice as well. Really appealing steer from the profile. Maybe not quite as bold-hipped as our class winner or broad-topped as the steer there in second. But as you start to talk about cattle that have got a lot of eye appeal and balance and just pretty productive in terms of their skeletal makeup, I think you kind of like him, and it gets kind of tough to get around him. Moving on from there, I think we get into some cattle that have got some parts and pieces. The next three especially have got some muscle shape to them, just maybe not quite as bold and powerful as the cattle placed above, but not to say that they aren't productive cattle, just maybe not quite as extreme in terms of eye appeal and quality or muscle, again, as the cattle placed above them. This steer coming out especially, I think he's got some good to him for sure, just maybe a little bit staler in terms of his fat cover, but one that's got some muscle for sure. Kind of swapping shoes a little bit. This one's got a lot of eye appeal, but like to see him with just a shot more power and maybe a little bit further along in terms of his finish. But again, moving on from there, another group of productive cattle that have got some good to them, just maybe not quite as complete as the cattle placed above. But again, let's give these young folks a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations to our Class 7 exhibitors. And again, we want to say thanks to Farm Credit for sponsoring Class 7. Winning the class, this is Sidney Proctor of the Bellevue High Senior FFA. In second place, Jacob Bukovic. Jacob with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Standing third, Kendall Wiedenbacher of the Vanguard High FFA. In fourth place, this is another Bellevue High Senior Chapter calf being shown by Connor Fowler. In fifth place, Caitlin Burke of the Forest High FFA Chapter. In sixth today, Cameron Satterfield of the Lucky Learners 4-H. In seventh place, Ellie Damron, Ellie with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Standing eighth today, Leela Baldwin with the Vanguard High FFA. And in ninth place, Bailey Baldwin with the Kendrick 4-H Club. We now have Class 8 coming into the show arena. Class 8 is being sponsored by Southern Pro Fence and Gate. We have number 112. This is Haley Shannon. Haley with the Bellevue High Senior FFA. Number 116, Matthew Sapp. Matthew with the Grandview 4-H Club. Number 153, Catherine Boyer. Catherine showing with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 100, Savannah Sand. Savannah showing with Westport High FFA. Number 4, Rebecca Lafise. Rebecca showing with Kendrick 4-H. And number 135, this is Annabelle Edwards. Annabelle showing a steer that belongs to the Bellevue High Senior FFA Chapter. Number 83, Parker Rollerson. Parker showing with Dunellen High. Number 13, Kyle Rich. Kyle showing with the Vanguard High FFA Chapter. Number 155, Lila Huggins. Lila showing with Kendrick 4-H. And number 29, this is Caleb Smith. Caleb showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. 10 entries here in Class 8, and these steers will weigh between 1,220 and 1,235 pounds. Also in the lost and found department, we've had a set of keys turned in that were left in the ladies' bathroom in the sales arena. You can claim those here at the announcer stand. We have another one of our high school principals with us, Principal Ginger Cruz. Ms. Cruz, thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate you very, very much. At Westport High, thank you for supporting these kids out here tonight. We're very grateful to you.
I think we've got another solid set of steers here in these top three. The smoke steer we're going to start with, again, I think represents the middle ground. I think he's sound enough. I think he's definitely long-sided and represents a product-driven cattle type that we've been trying to stick with. A lot of muscle along his spine, really bold and open through his center rib, and he's got some eye appeal to go with it. So I think it's pretty comfortable to say that I feel good we need to start with him. The steer that we've got there in second, the black calf, plenty of power in him as well. Good job. Just maybe not quite as smooth from that loin on back, maybe not quite as attractive through that front 1/3, just a little bit shorter fronted. But again, a calf you can definitely appreciate from just the pure market fundamental side of things. A world of cutability in that guy, and I think he goes the rail and is really profitable from that standpoint. The problem steer for me is the one that we've got here in third. That thing's really eye appealing. He's got a world of presence to him. Really neat in terms of the way that neck ties out of the top of his shoulder blade. I think once you set him in the motion, though, you kind of realize he's just a little bit straighter fronted than you'd like. Maybe a little bit rounder out of, I guess, from hooks to pins. And I think the biggest thing, though, for me is if we could just tweak that front end and maybe make him a little bit more comfortable when he's set in motion. That guy really makes a push to win this thing. But again, when he's on the standstill is as good as anything out here. I think moving on from there, the cream-colored calf, really well-balanced steer, just not quite the punch. I think he's getting a little bit closer to being stale in terms of the amount of fat cover that he has. But again, as you study him from the profile, really well-balanced, put-together steer that's got some eye appeal to him, just not quite the punch in terms of the muscle and cutability in the cattle, well, in him as we compare him to the cattle placed above him. I think the same could be said for the next two kind of smoke-colored steers. They've got some growth and some performance to them. It's just that once you study them from the rear view, they just get a little bit flatter and a little bit plainer in their muscle pattern, especially down low in terms of not quite having that shape and dimension through the lower quarter. Again, I think as you move on further down, the solid black kind of Brangus appearing steer has got some good to him in terms of being easy keeping, a lot of body, really soft rib sort of calf. Just again kind of represents the remaining bunch, just not quite enough punch and cutability to move up in this particular class. But again, let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. The young folks have done a really good job getting them shown.
Congratulations to our Class 8 exhibitors. And again, we say thanks to Southern Pro Fence and Gate for sponsoring that class. Winning the class, Lila Huggins of the Kendrick 4-H Club. In second place, Savannah Sant of the Westport High FFA. In third place, Caleb Smith. Caleb showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In fourth place, Catherine Boyer. Catherine with the Town and Country 4-H. In fifth place, Kyle Rich of the Vanguard High FFA. In sixth place, Rebecca Lafise. Rebecca showing with Kendrick 4-H. Showing with Grandview 4-H and placing seventh, Matthew Sapp. In eighth place, Annabelle Edwards showing the Bellevue High Senior Chapter Animal. In ninth place, Haley Shannon. Haley showing with the Bellevue High Senior FFA. And in 10th place, representing Dunellen High, Parker Rawlerson. So congratulations to all of our Class 8 exhibitors. Class 9 now coming into the show arena. Class 9 being sponsored by Ocala Stockyard. We have number 60. This is Kirsten Burbage of the Caprine 4-H. Number 103, Tessa Ward. Tessa showing with the Lucky Learners. Number 108, Julia Hettinger. Julia showing with Wild and Country 4-H. Number 73, Parker Varney. Parker showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 154, Alyssa Morgan. Alyssa with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 74, Owen Varney. Owen showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 85, Charlie Schaefer. Charlie showing with the Dunellen 4-H. Number 90, Bailey Leitner. Bailey showing with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 130, Amber Ortez Nunez. Amber showing with the Dunellen High FFA. Number 27, Bryce 4. Bryce showing with Trinity Catholic FFA. Number 47, Wyatt Nichols. Wyatt showing with the Town and Country 4-H. Number 15, Carson Lawrence. Carson showing with the Dunellen High FFA chapter. And number 1, this is Avery Perriman. Avery showing with the Town and Country 4-H club. 13 steers in this class. They'll range in weight from 1,240 to 1,255 pounds. We'd like to ask, for those of you that are standing on that back side of the show arena there, if maybe you could come to the side. You're actually blocking the view of those who were sitting in those first few rows back there. So you can actually stand on the sides over here, and I think the view will be okay. So we appreciate you helping us with that. Thank you. Want to offer another shout out to those of you who are live streaming, watching the show there. 201 of you. You've told some of your friends about us, and they're watching us as well. So thank you all for doing that. Once again, SEY Fair, SEYFAIR.com. And you can link up there with that live stream. And if you've got family members or friends in other geographical locations, or just can't be here tonight or even tomorrow during the auction, there's an opportunity you can even bid online as well. So we encourage you to consider that, and thank those of you who are with us now via live stream. And again, we want to say thanks to Seminole Feed for sponsoring that live stream, and also Cap Designs, who've sponsored our Jumbotron here in the arena as well.
This steer we're going to start with really well balanced calf. A lot of eye appeal, gives you a really high quality look from the profile. I think if anything, I'd like to just see just a little bit more shape down low in terms of his lower quarter and stifle. But I think as you study the top side of the skeleton of that guy, he's got plenty enough cutability in him to win this thing. The steer that we got there in second, he's probably got a cutability advantage, but I don't think he's quite as complete in terms of his skeletal design. Definitely not quite as fluid and comfortable on the move. I'd like to maybe make him a little bit more attractive off that hind leg and maybe stretch him out just a little bit through that front 1/3. But again, a really sound, functional market steer that's got a lot of product in him. The steer that we've got there in third, I think you like him from a balance standpoint. He's definitely not the most powerful out here, but that guy's really good bodied. He's really long-sided, sits on good sized foot, big bone. Again, just a pretty functional sort of cattle or calf that represents good cattle. Not quite powerful enough to win this thing, but again, one that does a lot of things right. As we move on from there, I think the young lady's ball steer that we've got next in line, another one that gives you a really good look from the side, just kind of plays out as you study him through that lower quarter. Not quite the shape you'd like to see, but again, a steer that's got some shape up top, just not quite the power or maybe the completeness of some of the cattle placed above him, so he's going to be fourth in this particular bunch. The gray steer that we've got next there, got some functionality to him, really good bodied sort of calf. Just kind of wants to get base narrow, especially there down low. You look at him from this angle, and he just doesn't quite have the shape you'd like to see or the product in him. But again, one that's got some good to him, just maybe not quite as powerful. I think as we move on from there, you get into some cattle that have got some good to them. The young lady's steer that's coming out next, you can appreciate the muscle shape in him, but maybe that one's just a little bit far. Good job. Just a little far in terms of the amount of fat cover he's got on him. A little stale in terms of not being quite as fresh. Good job. As we continue to move on through, you get into some cattle that have got some growth and performance, but again, just maybe not that market animal shape to move them up in the class. But again, let's give these young folks a round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 9 exhibitors. This class sponsored by Ocala Stockyard. Winning Class 9, Charlie Schaefer of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Congratulations, Charlie. Standing second, Avery Perriman of the Town and Country 4-H Club. In third place, Julia Hettinger with the Wild and Country 4-H. In fourth place, Alyssa Morgan of the Town and Country 4-H. Placing fifth, Kirsten Burbage of the Caprine 4-H Club. In sixth place, Tessa Ward, Tessa with the Lucky Learners 4-H. In seventh place, give us a moment here. We may have a misplacing on this. All right, in that last class, seventh place was Alyssa Morgan of the Town and Country 4-H. Eighth place was Kirsten Burbage of Caprine 4-H. Ninth place, Bryce Four of Trinity Catholic. In 10th place, Wyatt Nichols of the Town and Country 4-H. Standing 11th, Parker Varney of the Kendrick 4-H. In 12th place, Owen Varney, also of Kendrick 4-H. And in 13th place, Amber Ortez Nunez of the Dunellen High FFA chapter. Again, we want to say thanks to Ocala Stockyard for sponsoring Class 9. We now have Class 10 in the show ring. This class is being sponsored by Patriot Waste. Number 62, this is Dakota Ann Hensley of the Lake Weir High FFA. Number 20, Kendall Dean, Trinity Catholic High. Number 84, Hunter Schaefer of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Number 52, this is Kason Hensley with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 141, Emily Wall. Emily showing with Town and Country 4-H. Number 98, this is Luke Tootin. Luke showing with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 22, this is a steer belonging to the Southern Roots 4-H being shown by Olivia Walker. Number 106, Carolyn Parker. Carolyn showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 102, Ashlyn Wan. Ashlyn showing with the Vanguard High FFA. Number 61, this is Jordan Bailey. Jordan is showing a steer that belongs to the Lake Weir High FFA chapter. And number 17, Camden Collins. Camden showing with the Grandview 4-H Club. 11 entries here in Class 10, and these steers will range between 1,260 and 1,280 pounds. we've got us a judge that can do it all. Thank you, Judge Daniel.
Another really solid middle of the road steer that we're going to begin this class with. Again, really long spine, really neat fronted. I think he balances up exceptionally well. Really bold and open through his rib cage, and I think he's got more than enough power to start this class with. I think the advantage that he has over the steer that we've got there in second, I think I just like the center body in him a shot more, because I tell you that red steer there has got a world of muscle to him. That young man leads him out, and he's got a big old stifle that churns when he's setting into motion. And he's just awful cool to look at. But again, I think I'll take the ease of feeding that we find in our class winner and acknowledge the red steer is a really, really close second. The steer that we've got there in third really hits you hard in terms of a balance standpoint. He's got a lot of eye appeal, really neat fronted old calf. It's just when you get in behind him, you'd like to see a little bit more shape down low. But again, the young lady does a really good job getting that one shown. He's just not quite as powerful and product oriented as the two steers placed above him. I think as we move on from there, we get into some cattle that balance up pretty good and have got some good to him. The young man steer that's next in line, I think he's as moderate in terms of frame size and close to the target size and muscle shape as any out here. It's just maybe not quite as bold and open in terms of his skeletal design. And I think as you study him, he's a little bit further along in terms of his fat cover, so he's not quite as fresh or quite at 12 o'clock as compared to some of the other ones. The young lady's chromed up calf there is one that's really square. He's got some muscle shape up top. I think as you study him, though, he just gets a little bit flatter rib, maybe not quite the shape down low. And that, for me, just kind of sorts him in the third. And the young lady was facing an uphill battle getting him shown out here. I give you a lot of credit for persevering. I think as we move on from there, again, we've got cattle that have got some growth, got some performance. It's just as we really start to evaluate these market cattle, and especially as we get higher up in terms of weight, they don't quite have the punch you expect to see for cattle of this size, so it's a little bit easier to sift them down. But again, I ask you to let's give these young folks a round of applause for doing a good job showing them and getting them to this stage of the game.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 10, and we appreciate Patriot Waste. They have sponsored Class 10 for us today. Winning the class, this is Olivia Walker. She's showing a Southern Roots owned calf. In second place is Jordan Bailey. This is a Lake Weir High FFA chapter calf. Congratulations. In third place, Ashlyn Wan of the Vanguard High FFA. In fourth place, Hunter Schaefer of the Dunellen 4-H Club. In fifth place, Camden Collins, Camden with the Grandview 4-H Club. In sixth place, Kaysen Hensley, Kaysen showing with the Kendrick 4-H. In seventh place, Luke Tootin, Luke showing with the Kendrick 4-H as well. In eighth place, Emily Wall, Emily showing with Town and Country 4-H. In ninth place, Carolyn Parker of the Lucky Learners 4-H. In 10th place, Kendall Deem, Kendall showing with the Trinity Catholic FFA. And in 11th place, Dakota Ans Hensley, Dakota showing with the Lake Weir High FFA chapter. We'll have Class 11 coming in now, 9 entries in this class, and it's being sponsored by Peebles Cattle. Number 70, Laney Lyles. Laney is showing a Lucky Learner steer. Number 150, Emily Stokes. Emily with a Vanguard High FFA. Number 7, Kinsley Starling. Kinsley showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 151, Brianna Bennett. Brianna showing with the Vanguard High FFA. Number 76, this is Hayden Luffman. Hayden showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 66, Jonah Westgate. Jonah showing with the Trinity Catholic FFA. Number 12, James Connor Peebles. James showing with Cracker Country 4-H. Number 111, Paisley Waldron. Paisley showing with a Fort McCoy 4-leaf clover 4-H. And number 87, Riley Erishman. Riley showing with the Bellevue Middle FFA chapter. 9 entries in this class. Once again, People's Cattle sponsoring this class. These steers will range in weight from 1,285 to 1,300 pounds.
I don't know that there's necessarily one in here that blows you away. I think this steer that we're going to start with is maybe the best combination of kind of what we're looking for. I'm sure I'd like to see him stronger over his top line. I'd like to maybe take some of that chest out of him. I think he's maybe got a little extra condition on him, not a whole lot extra, but a little extra. But all that being said, he's sound, he's got some muscle, he's got enough balance and eye appeal to him, and I like the extra shot of rib and the depth of body in him, so we'll start there. The steer that we've got in second, I'll be honest with you, he didn't hit me that hard when he came in. I don't think you really appreciate that calf until you get a hand on his top. He's really bold and square, right there behind his shoulder blade, opens up into a really big loin. He could maybe use a shot more cover on him, but man, that thing's gonna have a really solid yield grade to him in terms of just the amount of pure product that he'll have. So we'll keep him in second. Now the calf for me, that's probably the biggest problem, is the black steer. I think you love the balance on that guy. I don't think he's the most powerful, but I think he's more than adequate in terms of muscle shape. It's just once you set him into motion, that guy's awful timid off those hind two legs. Gets a little choppy, and I think it's more of an indication he's just not that comfortable, and there's some things we need to change about his skeletal design. So for me, that's the biggest thing that gets him in the third and not necessarily up here to win this deal. Again, as we move further on down into the class, we've got some cattle that have got some shape and got some things that they do well, but maybe some things we'd like to tweak. The young lady in green, her steer, I think is just a little bit flatter quartered. I think he's got more shape and expression than the steer that's next in line, but maybe not quite enough to run with the cattle placed above her. The next steer, I think you love him from a balance standpoint. That thing's really cool to look at from the side. He's got a world of body to him. He's just a little bit flatter in terms of his upper rib shape and maybe not quite the power that we find in some of the other cattle, so that sorts him down. But that one's really attractive, and the young lady does a good job getting him shown. I think moving on, there's some good cattle out here for sure that we're not going to get a chance to talk in just in terms of keeping things moving along. But I think ultimately they're just not quite as complete, not quite as well balanced as some of the other cattle, so they're going to remain a little bit further down. But let's give these young folks a round of applause.
Congratulations to our Class 11 exhibitors. And again, we say a very special thanks to People's Cattle Company. I appreciate them sponsoring that class. Winning Class 11, number 87, Riley Irishman of the Bellevue Middle FFA. In second place, Brianna Bennett, Vanguard High FFA. And in third place, this is Hayden Luffman. Hayden showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. In fourth place, this is Laney Lyles showing the 4-H Lucky Learners Club calf. In fifth place, Kinsley Starling with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Standing sixth this evening, James Connor Peoples of the Cracker Country 4-H. In seventh place, Jonah Westgate. Jonah showing with Trinity Catholic FFA. In eighth place, Paisley Waldron. Paisley showing with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H Club. And in ninth place, Emily Stokes. Emily showing with the Vanguard High FFA. So congratulations to Class 11. And again, we say thanks to People's Cattle Company. We now have Class 12 coming into the show ring. Class 12 is sponsored by Lance Livingston. We have number 55. This is Riley Ostonick. Riley showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 8, Emma Grace Dews. Emma Grace showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 121, this is Mylan Grillo. Mylan showing with Southern Roots 4-H Club. Number 114, Madison Schaefer. She's showing the North Marion High FFA, a chapter calf. Number 94, Guadalupe Farsky Estrada, showing with Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 137, Carson Oliver. Carson showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Number 140, Zachary Palfrey. Zachary's showing with the Leading the Way 4-H. Number 18, Weston Ernest. Weston showing with the Southern Roots 4-H. And number 113, this is Ada Matthews. Ada's showing the North Marion High. This is a chapter steer. This is class 12, 9 entries. These steers will weigh between 1,315 pounds and 1,335 pounds. We'd like to give another shout out to two other groups that are just so special to us. The Marion County Sheriff's Department. We certainly appreciate Sheriff Billy Woods, his deputies, the time that they give to the youth fair. We are so grateful. Also to Ocala Rescue, the fire department. We're so thankful for them and for the number of hours that they give with us. And so give them a big round of applause. Our sheriff's department, our fire department here. We're a very blessed community to have these individuals.
think the steer to start with in this particular group is probably the most ideal in terms of the middle ground. And when I say that, I mean we've got some presence, some eye appeal, some balance, and one that's still got a lot of muscle, shape, and power to him as well. And he's plenty deep enough and open enough through that center rib that you feel pretty comfortable. He got to this finish weight without having been pushed too terribly hard, one that's pretty feed efficient. Again, you combine all those things, that steer gets kind of tough to get around, so we're going to start with him. The steer that's got the overwhelming top shape is the one that we've got there in second. I mean, that thing's really bold backed. I mean, just a lot of cutability, a lot of product in that calf. It's just that there's some skeletal things and some design things we'd like to change about him. Sure would like to just narrow him up just a little bit in terms of the way he places those front feet and legs. Get both of those guys pointing in the same direction. You know, he wants to toe out just a little bit. And again, some of that you expect. I mean, you get that much power and product in cattle, it kind of gets hard for them to stay square skeletal-wise. But again, I think if we could tweak those things about that guy, we maybe get him into this top spot. He's just a little coarse, from my opinion, but with the amount of product that we've got in him, we're going to keep him a comfortable second. The steer I think we've got there in third is one that balances up really nice, not near the product in the top two, well, not near the amount of product in him as we found in the top two steers, but one that's got some muscle to him. I think he's close enough to adequate in that regard, and one that balances up really nice. Really long level top, really long, pretty front end on that guy, enough foot and bone, and again, I think he's got enough muscle shape to be a comfortable third in this particular grouping. The young lady's Brangus influenced steer, or Brian, I guess the one with the leather that's coming out next, I think that one's a really good bodied sort of calf that's got some ease of feeding to him, some functionality. He just gets a little bit rounder out of his top, maybe not quite as explosive in terms of his muscle shape, so we're going to leave him in fourth in this particular group. Moving on from there, that next steer, one again that balances up pretty nice. He's got some eye appeal, just maybe not quite the overwhelming power or that one necessary trait that makes him stand out from the group, so he kind of floats to the middle of this particular pack. And from there, we get some cattle that either balance up really nice and give you some eye appeal and maybe don't have the muscle that they need, or we get some cattle that have got some muscle and some shape and maybe could stand to be a little bit prettier, give you a little bit higher quality look in terms of a show animal. All that being said, let's give these young folks a round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 12 exhibitors. Again, we want to say thanks to Lance Livingston for sponsoring this class. Winning Class 12, Emma Grace Dews of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Standing second, Carson Oliver, Carson with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. In third place is Malin Grillo of the Southern Roots 4-H Club. In fourth place, this is Ada Matthews, Ada with the North Marion High FFA chapter. In fifth place, Weston Ernest, Weston with the Southern Roots 4-H. In sixth place, Madison Schaefer, Madison showing the North Marion High chapter steer. In seventh place, Guadalupe Ferski Estrada with the Kendrick 4-H Club. And in eighth place, this is Riley Ostanek with the Kendrick 4-H Club. In ninth place, Zachary Palfrey with the Leading the Way 4-H. Congratulations to all of our Class 12 exhibitors. We now have Class 13 coming into the ring. Class 13 is sponsored by Tootin Incorporated. We have number 96, this is Carson Tootin. Carson showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 126, this is Lucas Bukovic. Lucas showing with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Number 54, this is Eric Ostanek. Eric showing with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 97, Peyton Tootin. Peyton showing with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 35, Clayton Cassidy. Clayton showing with the Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Number 142, Madison Wall. Madison showing with the town and country 4-H. Number 9, Aiden Permar. Aiden showing with Kendrick 4-H. Number 138, Chloe Davis. Chloe showing with the Bellevue High Senior FFA. Number 93, Leah Van Rick. Leah showing with the Vanguard High FFA. And number 24, Hannah McCollum. Hannah showing with the Southern Roots 4-H Club. 10 entries here in Class 13. These steers will weigh between 1,350 and 1,410 pounds. And again, we say thanks to Tootin Incorporated for sponsoring Class 13 tonight.
think these top two get really close in my mind. The smoke steer, I think as you study him, he's one that's a little bit tighter in the skeletal design for sure. I think if I'm going to start him, I've got to own that. But I do think there's a considerable advantage in that calf in terms of muscle shape. And again, going back to market steer fundamentals, just the cutability we find in him. I think the young man does a pretty good job getting him shown. That one just kind of has got a lot of power and kind of gets tough to miss out here. The young lady steer that we've got there in second, I mean, that guy is, again, just as smooth as you can make one while still having a world of power and function to him. Just maybe not quite as explosive or over the top as our class winner. But again, that's awful good livestock there. I mean, she does a really good job getting him set up and exhibiting his really high qualities. Makes for a really tough decision, but I feel all right, like I'm gonna sleep okay tonight leaving him in second. I think from there, the steer that we've got there in third just projects out, or I shouldn't say project. He is a little bit larger framed as we compare him to the top two. I think what gets him in the third for me is he's just a little bit bigger frame kind of calf, and as I step in behind him, I sure would like to see just a little bit more skeletal width, especially down through that lower quarter. But if you look at him from the side, that thing balances up really nicely, gives you a high quality look, and I think he's more than adequate in terms of being a quality market steer. He's just got two really good ones placed above him. The old tiger stripe calf is next, really square, really expressive steer in terms of his muscle shape over his top. For me, he's just not quite as well balanced as the cattle placed above him, but again, that thing's got some cutability and some muscle shape to him, and he definitely made me think a little bit as we had him over here on the rail. He's got some really strong quality to him. The next steer in line, I think he's just a little quick for me in terms of his mature size, and that kind of led to him maybe having a little excess, a little excess condition and fat. Just maybe not quite the scale that we find in these other cattle. But again, one that's plenty practical in his build and easy feeding sort of steer. And the young lady does a good job with him. I think as we move on down the class, we kind of have that same sort of trend that we've had all night. Cattle that have got some good to them, just maybe not quite as complete as the cattle placed above. So we find it a little bit easier to sift them down in this particular class. But if y'all, again, will give these young folks a round of applause for a job well done, we'll go ahead and get our final class in here.
Winning Class 13 tonight, we've got Lucas Bukovic with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Congratulations, Lucas. In second place, Aiden Permar with the Kendrick 4-H Club. In third, Leah Van Rick with the Vanguard High FFA. In fourth place, Clayton Cassidy of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. In fifth place, Madison Wall with the Town and Country 4-H Club. In sixth place, Chloe Davis of the Bellevue High Senior FFA. In seventh place, Hannah McCollum with the Southern Roots 4-H. Standing eighth in Class 13, Carson Tootin of the Kendrick 4-H Club. In ninth place, Peyton Tootin of the Kendrick 4-H Club. And in 10th place, Eric Ostanek of the Kendrick 4-H Club. So congratulations, Class 13. And again, we say thanks to Tootin Incorporated for sponsoring that class. We have our last class of the show coming in now. This is Class 14. We have 10 entries into this show. Into this class is being sponsored by Integrity Site Development. We have number 3. This is James Lafise. James showing with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Number 6, Breely Yeomans, also showing with the Kendrick 4-H. Number 128, Riley Hall. Riley showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Number 34, Adeline Upton with the Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Number 40, this is Haley Johns. Haley is showing the Bellevue Middle FFA Chapter Steer. Number 77, Madison Morgan. Madison showing the Westport High FFA Chapter Steer. Number 80 is Holly Gomez of the Forest High FFA. Number 95 is Giovanni Perisqua Estrada, showing with the Spar Stallions 4-H. Number 11, Ariana Altman, showing with the Cracker Country 4-H. And number 16, Cooper Alt, Cooper showing with the Dunellen Christian Academy FFA. 10 entries here in Class 14. These Ks will average between 1,445 and 1,530 pounds.
this guy's kind of hard to miss. If it weren't for the color pattern, well, if it were just the color pattern, he'd be hard to miss. But then you factor in the amount of power that he has, the amount of foot size, the bone, the top shape. He's still really attractive through that front 1/3. Probably as genuine as anything we've seen tonight in terms of that openness and depth through his heart girth. He gets pretty doggone tough to get around. I think from there you kind of have to start making some decisions, and the steer we've got in second, while not nearly as powerful, I think he's more than adequate in terms of a muscle, or from a muscle standpoint. I think you really appreciate him from his balance, or I guess from a profile with the amount of balance and the way he kind of ties everything together, again, with an adequate amount of power while still being structurally sound. I think for me, he was kind of the logical place to go with as far as second. Just maybe, again, not quite the wow factor and quite the amount of muscle that we find in our class winner. From there, the steer that we've got in third, I think he does have a lot of muscle shape to him. I mean, when he's setting the motion, again, one that's got a lot of stifle shape and expression, just not quite as attractive once you study him from the profile, rounder out of his hip, maybe not quite as attractive through that front 1/3. Some of that's breed influence, but again, one from a cutability and market animal standpoint, you can definitely appreciate. The next two steers kind of intrigue me and they offer some trade-offs. I think on the standstill, the young lady's black steer is definitely the more appealing option. It's once you set him into motion that he kind of needs to sort down. The young man's gray steer, when he's standing still, he wants to stretch out and get kind of awkward and relaxed in his top line, but he sure is fluid in motion as you compare him to the steer place right below him. So that's how we ended up flip-flopping those two. Once we go from there, we've got some cattle again that have got some good pieces to them. At this size and scale, it really gets tough for them to balance up in my mind unless they're really powerful. And I think, good job. There's some productivity and some market-oriented things about these cattle, but again, some of the ones we started with, or the one we started with especially, kind of set the tone that they needed to be powerful in this group to stand out. And all that being said, let's give these young folks a round of applause for feeding to this endpoint and doing a good job showing them out here.
Congratulations, Class 14. And again, Integrity Site Development has sponsored this class. Winning Class 14, Breeley Yeomans of the Kendrick 4-H Club. In second, also from Kendrick 4-H Club, James LaFeast. In third place, Ariana Altman of the Cracker Country 4-H Club. In fourth place today, this is Giovanni Ferrasqua Estrada with the Spar Stallions. In fifth place, Adeline Upton of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. In sixth place, representing Dunellen Christian Academy FFA, Cooper Alt. In seventh place, Holly Gomez of the Forest High FFA. In eighth place, Riley Hall of the Lucky Learners 4-H. In ninth place, Madison Morgan showing the Westport High chapter steer. And in 10th place, Haley John showing the Bellevue Middle, another chapter steer. We now have our 14 class winners coming into the ring. This will be the run for the grand champion of the 84th Annual Southeastern Youth Fair. Let's give all these exhibitors a hand. Congratulations to all of our class winners. Representing Class 1, Taylor Lewis of the Wild and Country 4-H. Class 2, Evelyn Hutto of the Cracker Country 4-H. Class 3, Gavin Davis showing the Trinity Catholic High, their chapter steer. Class 4, Ashley Estrada representing Dunellen High FFA. Class 5, Michaela Lowry of Kendrick 4-H. Class 6, Noah Westgate of the Trinity Catholic FFA. Class 7, Sydney Proctor of the Bellevue High FFA. Class 8, Lila Huggins of the Kendrick 4-H. Class 9, Charlie Schaefer of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Class 10, Southern Roots 4-H, being shown by Olivia Walker. Class 11, Riley Erishman of the Bellevue Middle FFA. Class 12, Emma Grace Dews from the Kendrick 4-H Club. Class 13, Lucas Bukovic of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. And Class 14, Breeley Yeomans of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Our judge will pick our grand champion, and then after that, we'll bring in the animal that placed second in that class for our reserve grand champion contest. Our grand champion contest this year is being sponsored by another longtime supporter of the Southeastern Youth Fair, Sack Roofing. Mr. Sackrider, we appreciate it very, very much. Thank you for sponsoring our grand champion drive this year.
I've yammered on a little bit about all these cattle in their respective classes, so I'll save y'all a listening to me talk them again. With that being said, I definitely want to say how much I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. It's been great to work with the kids and sort the livestock. It's been mind-blowing really how mannerable, how well-spoken and how well-mannered all of these kids have been. And that's not something you see every day. And again, I was talking with the show staff a little bit earlier about how impressive this is in terms of the number of people here from the community supporting this, how high of a quality of production you all have put into this as I look at myself on the big screen there. Again, I tip my hat to you. This is a really high quality show, and again, it's impressive that all these kids are representing one county. All that being said, let's give these young folks one more round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion in reserve.
The Sac Roofing Grand Champion, Breely Yeomans. Breely, congratulations to you. A senior this year has the Grand Champion steer here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. Congratulations to you, Breely. Coming back in the ring now, James Lafiche. James stood second in that class, and so he'll come back in now to be in the running for the reserve Grand Champion. Judge Daniel, we have James in the ring now, and so we'll be ready for you to pick your reserve Grand Champion as well. And your reserve Grand Champion coming out of Class 8, Lila Huggins of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Congratulations both to Breely and Lila, your champion and reserve champion for this year's fair. Congratulations, ladies, to both of you, both of them representing Kendrick 4-H Club. We'd like to remind everyone that showmanship will begin with our seniors in the morning at 9 a.m. We encourage you to be on out early and be a part of this. We'll look forward to seeing you. Have a safe travels home, and we'll see you later on at the Southeastern Youth Fair. we would like to say one more time thank you to our judge tonight, David Daniels. Judge Daniels, you did a great job. We appreciate you being here with us here in Florida. Thank you for the wonderful way that you have worked with our children tonight.